by the esteemed speakers and experts in the field. The workshop aims to provide a valuable insight into the research and its ancillary areas. Let us move towards the start of next session of today's program on the topic Research Design and Type of Social Science Research by Dr. Jacob Khari. Once again, a special welcome to you, sir, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Am I able to last people? Sitting in the last row. Am I audible? Thank you. So, first of all, I welcome you all for the first session of this workshop. And at the outset, I thank the principal ma'am, Principal Marilyn ma'am, for gracing this occasion, and also for her support for this program, the principal, and also to congratulate the Department of Commerce and the whole team of Department of Commerce for taking up this initiative for conducting this workshop. And how many of you are the faculty? Please raise your hands. Okay. PhD students? Very good. So others? Three, what? Okay, great. All you all had your snacks? I'm not seeing any smiling faces. So, as I discussed in the inaugural session, so one of the important problems that social science that we had just now had a interaction with the principal ma'am. What we discussed is the publications in social sciences. So we are lagging behind. When, as I said, that we are lagging behind when we compare with the other countries, especially European countries and US, and especially the quality publications. We are publishing, but where are we publishing? We all know that, all critical journals, and then we have seen after this EPC tail list and this thing, so many critical journals are mushroomed in this country. And the quality of the publications, quality of the research has been the important problem that we are facing in the social science research. So therefore, these kind of workshops, the methodology courses will definitely help us enrich our knowledge and then narrow down the skill set and knowledge gaps in our disciplinary areas. So therefore, ICSSR, SRC is in endeavors to promote social science research are conducting different kind of programs and 7-day, 3-day, 5-day research methodology courses across the southern region. We are going to all local corners of the South Indian states and encouraging all the colleges and institutions and universities to conduct such programs for promotion of social science research. So here, I'm here to give you an overview. Faculty members, most of the faculty members and PhD scholars here, I think broadly they are aware of the research design and types of research. But my job is here to just to refresh your minds with I will provide you a kind of boss overview on the research design and the types of social science research, so that it will help us to do a better publications and quality publications once we get acquainted with such kind of the up to date your knowledge and skills. And next slide. So what I am going to do is I will try to give some basic tenets of research and followed by types of social science research. So when I was been to Norway for some summer school, and one Professor Sudipto Kaviraj, who is the eminent scholar in political science, in the area of political science, and he was acting as my mentor in that methodology course. So he was, when we interacted with him, he was asking, so what are the some three important aspects he was mentioning in the area of social science research. Whenever we do some research, as a social science researchers, we need to keep in our mind three important aspects. So when we have interacted with him, he said, whenever you approach a research problem for undertaking research or writing a paper or anything, he says the context is very, very important. Context, in which context this study is being conducted, in which space, context means a space, in which space this study is being conducted. Suppose it is conducted in the Tamil Nadu state and in Trichy district. So we need to have the contextual understanding of that region, socio-political context of that state or that region, that assumes very, very importance, right? And secondly, he said time frame, time of conducting research, and which point of time you are conducting this research. That is also an important element. Suppose you are conducting a research in 2024 in Tamil Nadu in Trichy district. So that is very, very important. Suppose someone conducts historical research, they will try to see the Trichy in 1840s, 1850s under British regime. What was the agriculture sector? What was the agricultural cropping patterns in 1840s in Trichy district in Tamil Nadu? That is, we are referring to 1840s, not today. So therefore, our understanding is we need to go back to the socio-political context during the British regime in 1840s, not from the present day perspective, right? So therefore, the context where we are conducting research matters a lot, and followed by our time frame, which time frame that research is being conducted. And thirdly, he said agency is also very, very important. Agency means who is conducting that research. So we are all conducting our research. Who is conducting this research? So therefore, suppose Indian history, if you see the Indian history, now different states are rewriting their histories. There was a history for us, for India, long back. Suppose in recently, Telangana state was formed in 2014. Telangana state. Now, Telangana state started rewriting their history. Telangana state has a history before also, but now they are rewriting their history. Why? Because who wrote the history initially? It all depends upon, suppose if I write a history, I know how to write the history from the perspective of the present day political regimes, from the perspective of the political regimes that are in the power. So I will try to present their perspective as a history among the common history, right? So thereby, in the Andhra Pradesh context, the ruling in Andhra Pradesh, there was a history written by the Andhra rulers once upon a time. They have written a history that is skewed the facts of actual history of Telangana state. Thereby, after formation of the Telangana state, they started rewriting their history. What does it mean? So agency, that means the person who is conducting research, the ethical guidelines, consciousness and ethical guidelines and ethics of doing, ethics of writing research is also very, very. We should not, as an agency, as a person conducting research, I should not play with the facts. And I need to present the facts as objectively as possible. Right? Therefore, three important aspects are what in for social science research. One is the context. Right? Second one is what this time frame, in which point of time this research is being conducted. And thirdly, the person, the agency is very, very important. So thereby, whenever I read a paper, I read an article, I would like to understand the paper from these three perspectives. I would like to see in which context this paper is written and who has written this paper. and he is referring to which time frame. Then I will critically evaluate the paper, and I will try to understand that paper from which perspective that a person is writing a paper on some particular social area of social relevance, right? So, giving that background, keeping that background, I would like to proceed. Next slide. So, then you see, you need to see those some terms here when it comes to research. So, you see that the words mentioned in blue. So, it is a careful, systematic investigation, and you need to follow some scientific methodology, right? And it should solve, answer questions and create new knowledge. Whenever we conduct research, so these are important terminologies. So it should be a careful and systematic investigation in some field of knowledge. Go to next slide. So then, given that above definition, you can see the characteristics of research. It is a meaningfully planned, systematically executed, carefully recorded and reported. Right? So, whenever we conduct some research, we always keep these aspects in mind. Last thing you see, originality. How does this originality comes? Where does it comes from? So we are, all of us know that today what kind of research is being produced in periodic journals. We cut and paste, we generally don't, some of the people, they don't follow the normal ethical guidelines. They don't, understand the ethics of doing research and also writing research. And they publish for the sake of the publication, for increasing what is that promotion, cash, for the cash promotions. We indulge in all such, practices which are unethical, from the perspective of the social science research. And next slide. So then, why are we conducting research? So there are four broad points I mentioned. So we are conducting research. One is for verifying and for new knowledge, generating new knowledge, and we provide fresh interpretation to the existing interpretations, and also filling the gap between knowledge. See, through our publications, even through our presentations, or through publication, through our reports, that whatever we produce, we are doing one of these aspects. We are performing one of these aspects in the research process. Right? Next slide. So there are two important terminologies that I don't know from all of you from commerce background, most of you are the commerce background, right? So these are the terminologies used in social science research, philosophy of social science research, that is scientism and positivism. That means here it is important to understand what is the kind of approach, in approaches, what is the difference between the approaches adopted in social sciences or approaches adopted in sciences, right? So there is a belief that scientism, that assumptions of science or principles that govern scientific research also applies to the social science research, right? So that was the assumption, right? Then there was later point of time, it was debunked, and there was so much of debate in the whether to apply the principles of natural sciences in the realm of social sciences. Next slide. So what is the difference between natural sciences and social sciences? Research in social sciences and research in natural sciences. I will put in a capsule form. So what are the principles that govern science? Any idea? When they say it is a scientific research, what are the principles that they talk about in sciences, natural sciences? Very good. What? Logic, yes. Systematic manner, yes. Yeah, empirical. Then, any other idea? Experiments, yes. what are the principles that govern natural sciences? Just given some clues. Any other ideas? We say objectivity is true, and they say it is unbiased. Objectivity means it is unbiased. Then they say this universality, universal application is one of the important. Science says 2 plus 2 is always 4 in the UK or US or India, Trichy also, right? So science, most of the times in natural sciences, whatever the knowledge they produce, that has a universal application, right? So we say science has universal application and it is unbiased, objective, right? Then people also say neutrality in the knowledge production, right? So these are the principles that govern the scientific knowledge. The question is, go down, next slide, next, stop. This is the important question here. What is the important question? Can social science take over the procedures of the natural science? Can we, in social sciences, can we follow the principles of natural sciences? Can be applicable in social science research? Yes or no? Why no? Why scientific? So scientific principles that we follow in natural sciences are not applicable or applicable to social sciences. Why? Can you, anyone can you some clues? Yes. Yes.
So emotions, attitudes.
Yes.
That is not measurable always.
Yes. Any other ideas? PhD students. Raise your hands, PhD students. Any ideas? Why he is saying, and he is saying it's a behavior, human behavior, saying some emotions. So then how can we approach this question? Next.
Interpretation does not happen.
Okay, right?
As the ma'am said, human behavior is not measured.
Okay.
And cannot be generalized.
In social sciences, we can take the data and interpret it through software.
Science also they interpret data, inferences data, and they produce big data, and that happens. Next slide, please. So this is, see, human beings, you can see this third point. Human beings are thinking beings. They are creative and reflective. The only difference is we are creative and reflective. And we have value judgments. Even sciences also have value judgments. We have a value judgment. That means, so in the context of social sciences, there is always a plurality of perspectives. We said in sciences there is a universal applicability. Whereas in social sciences, same issue, if you take up some issue in Trichy district, this may have, if you compare the data of Trichy district in the Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu or Telangana, then you will have a different kind of cost, because we are dealing with the social sciences, is dealing with the human beings who have intentions, emotions, and kind of meanings. We share meanings. So therefore, we are always creative as well as reflective in our approach. Thereby, we cannot, single paradigm or single perspective in social science research is not possible. Always there is a scope for plurality of perspectives. Next slide. So then, 3 important questions that we deal in social sciences. What are the important questions? One is the worldviews that we deal with. Worldview. That worldview always tells us, what kind of methodology should be used, and always it tells us, methodology tells us what are the methods that can be applied in our social science research, right? So overviews means whenever you have a problem in your hand, suppose you have some important research, so you need to have some idea that whether you need to approach the problem. So there are three kinds of research we does. What is the first one is based on the secondary data, purely theoretical. It says it is a theoretical research. It is a purely kind of based on secondary data and review of literature based, right? And second research is all about the primary research, right? We have a sample in the hand and we conduct, we interact with the respondents, we collect data, and then we analyze that data. And third important aspect most of us does is that is the mixed methods approach. That means we take part of secondary data and part of primary data and try to analyze and draw some inferences and understand the social relevance of that issue, right? So there are three types of research generally in social science research. One is theoretical secondary database, second is the primary database, empirical database, and thirdly the mixed methods research, right? So for philosophies of social science research means what? Suppose I have some problem in my hand. I am trying to understand the Jubilee program and enhancement in the attendance of children in the schools. Suppose if I want to understand the implementation of Jubilee program for enhancement of attendance, school attendance, children attendance in the school. So then I need to understand whether I should approach this problem through secondary database or primary database or mixed methods approach. So that is the overview that we carry out while conduct. Then once you decide whether you want to go for secondary or primary or mixed, then you need to understand the methodology required for your study. Second important question comes. And finally, once you decide the methodology, then you can stick to some methods that suits to this methodology. Right? So these are three important questions. Next slide. So what are we doing in the research process? What is the research process? First we are starting with identifying some gaps, and then we are kind of raising some important questions, and thirdly we are collecting data, presentation, analysis, using some tools, and then you discuss your findings and inferences, you draw inferences and discuss your findings, and then finally what we are doing, we are providing some conclusions or some recommendations. This is the research process that we follow, right? So in this, the important aspect is the design, research design that we follow, right? And then follow up, the design will tell us which kind of methodology we are going to have. Suppose I say I am adopting some exploratory and descriptive research for my paper, for my thesis. Then I have set the agenda for my kind of work. So therefore I go for appropriate methodology and the methods to undertake that research. Next. So this methodology, I think we have discussed when we had our separate sessions. So methodology establishes methods, a set of tools, procedures, techniques, you know how. This methodology that establishes whatever methodology you adopt that sets the agenda for tools, procedures and techniques and strategies to be used for scientific inquiry. Next. So second important aspect of my presentation is the types of research. Broadly, if you see in social sciences, if all of you PhD students are the faculty sitting here, whether you are doing your dissertation or writing some paper or undertaking some research work, some writing paper, you are doing some of this combination of these types of research, right? Suppose if you are going for on the basis of objectives, you have fundamental, applied and action research, and nature data, quantitative, quantitative, the findings, exploratory, and descriptive, and on the basis of experimental manipulation, experimental, non-experimental research we are doing. So in commerce, most of you are undertaking, and on the basis of the approach, longitudinal and also cross-sectional research. So I think you can relate to these types of research, all of you. For PhD students also, you can see when you are failing your design, you need to tell what kind of research, what type of research you are undertaking for our dissertation or for our papers, faculty members, if you are working on a paper. So this is the criteria. Next. So in quantitative research, what are we doing? There is a, based on the data, there are two types of research. One is quantitative and qualitative research. In quantitative research, and most of the commerce faculty or commerce students, I think most of the time you engage in the quantitative research, right? So what are we doing in quantitative research? We are almost we determine, most of the times determine the relationship between what? Relationship between? How do we formulate the hypothesis? So we always have some. Yes. So we need to see, understand the interrelationship between the independent and dependent variables. Sometimes we see the one independent variable, how it is impacting multiple dependent variables. Sometimes we see using many and multi-variant technologies that so many things to adapt. And here, most of the times what we are doing, the design that we are taking is a descriptive of experimental, right? Experimental and descriptive together sometimes, right? And then we try to post some association between different variables, and we also explain causality, right? That is most important. What causes what, right? And then later we can prove or disprove your hypothesis, right? Then next. Similarly, in qualitative research, what is most important is subjective, right? Subjective approach. Here you see the qualitative is mostly associated with the words, language, experiences rather than measurements, statistics and numerical findings. Here in qualitative research, most of the times it is revolves around subjective experiences. What is the respondents share with us, their language, their meanings, their intentions. They are not quantitatively measured but qualitatively measured. There are some techniques that people follow. Okay? So this is based on the data, there is a broad difference between a quantitative and qualitative. In commerce, most of the times I know you indulge in quantitative research. You need data that can be manipulated, whatever you want. You can see the relationship between the variables across. Next. Then basic and fundamental research. Most of the time it does in sciences. So you know the famous example. So people earlier times also 5 centuries, 6 centuries before also people used to when apples falls down, people used to pick up apples and eat and simply feel happy, right? But one person called Newton, when apple fell on him, he did not eat and stop. He did not eat and feel happy. He raised an important question. What? He could raise an important question. What we do when the apple falls on us, what we do? We simply wash it and eat it and feel happy. Yes or no? Do you ask any questions when apple falls down? But one person raised a question, important question. That was Newton. So what he was asking, why it is falling down, why it is not going up? Why things are falling down? Why are not they going up? So then we have the gravitational laws. Today we remember Newton purely because of this gravitational laws. Right? What is the third principle? What is important third law? Any idea? Yes. Very good. Next. Second one is when we have knowledge, scientific innovation, then we need application. Suppose agriculture, if you see the sector, agriculture sector and also the science, the health sector and also other applications in society we see. So because of the scientific innovations then they are being implemented and for different sectors, then as a researchers we undertake some study on the implications of some technologies in agriculture, communication technologies, or kind of technologies in health sector, and so on and so forth. Right? Next. So this is action research. So action research, some of the people in qualitative research and also few in quantitative research, they undertake the action research. And next slide. In the action research, what is, suppose in the class, action research is always dwells around, and when I teach, I also see who are all following with my lecture and following my discussion, and who are all actively following. I can also measure, seeing at all the places, I can measure who are all following attentively or who are all not following, right? So I can switch my gear to kind of change my methodologies in order to kind of draw your attention for the topic that is being done, right? So action research is you conduct research and also provide some solutions to the research simultaneously to advocacy, policy and advocacy, right? Next. So experimental research, explanations. Whenever so there are some explanations in social science research. We are not the first persons doing research. So suppose any topic we are dealing with, can anybody tell me the topic? Any PhD students? What is your topic? Your topic? Huh? Fresh information. So you are the first person doing this research? There are so many predecessors. We are not we are entering at one point of time. There is whole lot of abundance of research is being done and it is available. Right? We are not the first persons doing. So for any explanation, so many explanations for so many problems are provided. Suppose if you say farmer suicides, farmers are committing suicides in this country. Why they are committing suicides? People have given so many explanations. That's all. Already the literature is available. So what are the explanations given so far? Any idea why farmers are committing suicides in this country? Why?
Climate change.
Climate change, yes.
Loans and debt.
Loans. Water drought condition, drought situation, disasters, floods, disasters, and then crop loss, and thereby indebtedness, right? Any other explanation? No? Why farmers are committing suicide means these are the explanations. Some people say it is because of crop loss, continuous crop loss for 2-3 seasons, and drought situation for 2-3 seasons, and they have indebtedness. Right? And also climate change, right? We are all explanations for answering the question why farmers are committing suicides, right? So there are some people may come up with a new explanation also. You have mentioned 4 or 5 explanations. Your research may give us new explanation for why farmers are committing. Apart from these explanations, sometimes over a period of time, people may come up with new explanations why farmers are committing suicide. Because some people say they are shifting to the cash crops. Cash crops means whole lot of investment, right? So thereby sometimes crop failure means we have some people may say it is because of the small land holdings. In India, the average land holding is less than 1 hectare, right? People say with so much of land, low land holding, the chances are high for farmers to incur losses and some people say lack of diversification, crop diversification in the sector. People say one explanation is that, right? In Telangana state there was a study conducted. I always tell this example. So there was a study conducted to understand in 1997, between 1997 and 2002, the whole lot of farmers committed suicide, especially cotton growing farmers in the state of Telangana. So then researchers visited the villages where these farmers are committing suicide and interacted with people. They have conducted an experimental research. They have taken on families, a few families who have committed suicides, farmers committed suicides, and farmers or other families, normal sample. Then they see, for their surprise, they came to know, they compared two families, equal, two families have 2 acres of land, and they are from the same social background, they have same type of house, right? Both of them have incurred losses for last 3 seasons, but one farmer committed suicide, the other fellow farmer did not commit suicide. Then all these explanations are already available, but they came up with a new explanation. What is that? When they compared, they came to know that this family, where the farmer committed suicide, they did not have family support, right? His wife used to scold him, his children used to scold him. You are good for nothing, you are unable to, you don't know how to cultivate the crop. You are incurring losses, and that was the family was not with him. On the other hand, the other farmer, family was always supportive. His wife and children always used to tell him, we are always with you, don't worry. Right? So, if not this year, next year you will recover. Right? That was the family support, that is what is called as family. So, therefore, the important aspect here is solidarity. Family solidarity, right? So when family solidarity is more, then the chances of committing suicide is very minimal. When family solidarity is less, there is a correlation between the family solidarity and the suicide rate, right? So therefore, the research researchers will always produce new explanations to the problem, right? Next. So exploratory research is where most of the times we conduct in qualitative research where we have very little knowledge on any topic, that is called as exploratory research, where limited research is done and there is not evolved in that area. So therefore people say in the research design they say it is exploratory research, exploratory and descriptive research, because they are exploring the facts and the issues around that issue. So therefore it's called exploratory research. Next. This one is descriptive research. All of our research is descriptive. We describe, right? And most of both qualitative and quantitative research, we always describe. So when you see the surveys and fact-finding inquiries, ex-post factor studies, description is very, very important. Suppose all social SSS sample surveys, national sample survey, the data of national sample survey, have you heard about that? Sample survey, national sample survey. So they conduct, in that, they only describe last 10 years data they provide in the agriculture sector, health sector, education sector, all sectors, development sectors, the data is provided by research is conducted, survey research, and data is available. They only give description of that problem. So that is our job to kind of see. If you see in NSS survey, we find that the education levels among SCCs girls is low. Then as a researcher, I need to undertake. One of us need to undertake research why the education, the literacy rate in among social groups is very low. Reasons for that. We as a social science researchers, we need to undertake research. So description always, like national sample survey data, gives us some clues, some gaps to undertake research. Right? Next. So evaluation research. Nowadays, recently ICSSR has given a special call on the federal government, central government programs, undertaking research projects on the programs of the central government. Special call, I think some of you might have seen, ICSSR has given a special call and almost more than 500 projects awarded for what were purely conducting the impact of the evaluating the government programs. Suppose Tamil Nadu, there are so many programs by the present government, and likewise in Delhi also there are so many programs for the welfare of the society or development of the society, right? So as a researchers, some of us, I think so many PhDs I have seen, nowadays the term is people are moving towards impact assessment studies, evaluation studies, right? So they take up one policy of the federal government, central government, or policy of the state government, and they conduct research for their PhDs or paper, and then give some kind of problems in the implementation. Policy is always good. You see, the objective of the policy is always creating good intention, but when they implemented on the ground, there are so many issues, right? So as a researchers, our job is to see the lacunas in the implementation of the programs and then come up with the suitable suggestions for policy, right? So evaluation study is very, very important. Next. See, these are diagnostic studies. Some of the researchers conduct diagnostic studies. What is diagnostic study? So, suppose, let us go back to the same problem. In Telangana state again, in 2009, there was a Vivas, weaving community, poverty weaving community, there was whole lot of suicides. Daily 2 people are committing suicide. Every day people used to see, watching on newspaper, TVs and newspapers, 3 to 4 people every day committing suicide, poverty weavers. Then the government has commissioned a study that is called diagnostic study. What is diagnostic study? When some issue, some problem is going on in the society, like farmers to suicide or over suicides, very important issue, then government or any researcher wants to know why this is happening, why weavers are committing suicides. Then they come up with, through diagnostic study, they come up with short-term, medium-term and long-term solutions, right? Diagnostic study is primarily to understand an important critical issue that is going on in the society and to provide some solutions. So for such kind of issues, short-term solutions are very, very important. Then followed by mid-term and long-term solutions, right? Next. The longitudinal studies. Longitudinal studies is primarily to understand the social change. That means earlier the researchers used to come from Europe and US to India. They used to adapt to a village. And what they do is, they study that the entire village, survey they conduct in the village in 1985. And then after 10 years they come back, they go back to the same village, 1995. And again, entire households, 500 households in the village means, all 500 households they survey again. And 2005 they go back again, same village, same respondents, all 500 households they visit. Likewise, in a periodical gap, they visit same respondents in a village and then understand the changes in their lives, right? Changes in their lives in terms of education, employment, mobility, education and children's employment, all the social development parameters, they take data every 5 years or every 10 years in order to understand the social change that has happened in various areas, in the area of agriculture, in the area of health profiles and mobility, and then their employment aspects, all the developmental aspects, they take periodical survey of the profile of those participants, right? That is the primary objective of this longitudinal study is to see the social change historically for a period of time, right? If some people may be interested in longitudinal study, they conduct in every 5 years they publish one paper on the research they undertake, right? Next. The cross-sectional studies are most of the time nowadays we does the cross-sectional studies because here it is people having same characteristics and we conduct it at defined time, one defined time we conduct. Next slide. Suppose cross-sectional study, if you read the example, the percentage of women diagnosed with the breast cancer increases with the age. Now how do we go about? See, age and the breast cancer. You wanted to understand. This is a cross-sectional. You need to take sample from the different women of the here. The variable of interest is what? Age. So we need to take the age group women as a sample, age group between 20-35 and 36 to 50 and 51 to 65. 3 age groups we take and we conduct a research. And you can observe which age group is more prone to breast cancer. So here the point of difference is variable of interest is what? Age. How age plays a role in diagnosing breast cancer, right? So this is what is called a cross-check because we are taking the women sample from same set of background, but our point of interest is age. How the age increase will prone to kind of cancer, that we try to understand, right? Next. The experimental research I told you. Experimental research always even commerce you does and in psychology people does, in social work also people take up the experimental research. We always have a experimental group and target group, right? Like farmer suicide I told you. Farmers who have committed suicides and who are not. Those two sets of people we study, right? Next. See, correlation research. We correlate between what? Two, one independent variable and one dependent variable. What is the example? Example is when you must have the young drivers have an increased rate of accidents while texting. See, if you want to understand texting and driving and rate of accidents. When I driving a two-wheeler, when I am talking and driving, so then what is the chances of getting accidents? You wanted to understand. So when correlation research will tell you can also see age. Younger people are more prone to texting and driving and accidents, or older people are more prone to the accidents. That is correlate texting and driving and rate of accident. Right? Next. Lastly, this one is historical research. The historical research is what? So as initially I told, when you wanted to understand the agricultural pattern, agricultural aspects or health sector, and what are the developmental parameters in the historical roots. Suppose you want to understand the British regime, what was the agricultural pattern in this Trichy area. Are there any industrial development in the British regime and now compared with now, present period? So we can conduct a historical research. Most of the times the historians does. Next. So we have discussed so far the broad types of research, thereby we can evolve some design, right? So and now I would like to bring to your attention some important aspects. As I discussed initially, time, space and urgency is very, very important. Second is concepts. We see whenever we get some proposals to us, even for evaluation, by evaluating, the people use the terminology indiscriminately, terms and concepts, right? Sometimes suppose people say use empowerment. The empowerment is a multifaceted term, right? Concept. So you should pay attention to these concepts that you are using, the relevance of those concepts to your study. Kind of sometimes you need to provide the operational definitions of those concepts you are using. Don't use concepts indiscriminately, right? You must use the concepts with a whole lot of attention and see the relevance of And also the titles, whenever you put a title to your thesis or paper, and you can see 3 to 4 concepts are being used in same title. But if you see the text, the body of text, there is no mention about those concepts in the text, right? Because they use those concepts for drawing attention. But as a evaluator, when I read your text, your abstract or the follow-up text paragraphs, then there is no relevance, there is no contextualizing those terms, and no background of those terms being used. So that you should pay attention. And also biases. Whenever we write your dissertation, we put a section called what? Limitations of the study. Yes or no? We put limitations or areas for future research. We always put areas for future research and limitations of the study. Why? Because you cannot produce absolute knowledge in the area that we are doing. We can provide a bit of knowledge through our 3 years or 4 years of PhD or a paper. So therefore, always there is a scope for kind of future research, and also you cannot say that you are producing ultimate truths. There are always biases. If there are biases, one need to clearly spell out the biases that you have while undertaking the research, so that reader will have a clear idea as to what this author is mentioning, right? So always accept the biases, especially when you are dealing with some complex problems like environment or crops, which technological implications, right, in communication technologies or climate change or agriculture. So which has more, suppose GM crops. I worked on, for my PhD, I worked on genetically modified crops. So my thesis is on agricultural biotechnology. So there, whether to introduce the GM technology in the food crops or not was an important question, because food is a cultural marker. Food, what we eat, how to eat, what quantity we eat, veg, non-veg, all meanings we share. We cannot impose on others what to eat and what not to eat, right? We have cultural markers and we share meanings that for what we eat, right? So therefore, especially when we deal with complex issues, always be careful when you need to present your biases, what stand you are taking, and thereby how you are interpreting the data or inferences you are drawing, right? And I said limitations. Always recognize the limitations. Whatever piece of paper or thesis or whatever we produce, one must accept the limitations in the study, right? Next. So this is also important, reflexivity in social sciences. That means, see, now morning we discussed about ethics of doing research, ethics of writing research. Doing research is the process, how you select your sample, what kind of tools and techniques you use, and how you interact with the respondents. That is one part. Second part is writing research. How do we disseminate that knowledge? Whether we embody plagiarism, right? So those aspects are also very, very important, right? So ethics of doing and ethics of writing research, one need to be reflexive. That means you know your consciousness will tell you whether you are doing what you are doing, right? Next. This is elephant table I use generally to tell reality. That means always when I say we always approach problem. We cannot say that this is the piece of the research. So there is always scope for alternative perspectives and other side of the story. You cannot say you produce absolute knowledge by touching that eye. You cannot say that this is the whole world, right? So there is always opposite perspective, especially in social sciences. There is always the plurality of knowledge. Alternative perspectives are always there. That is why in social sciences people say it is always contested knowledge. The knowledge that whatever we produce, it is contested in nature. It can be contested, right? But unlike in natural sciences, it's always there is scope for contestations, right? So always you remember that there is a scope for future research and alternative perspectives in social science research. That is what is most important. So I think I will stop here. Any questions and comments? Next question. Any questions and comments? Feel free to ask. This session is primarily meant for interaction. There should always be two-way topic. Any questions?
Dear participants, please feel free to ask any sort of questions.
Yes. Just general discussion you can have.
It's now time for you all to open your mouths and talk.
Cross-sectional study and correlational study
Yes.
can both be involved in one study.
Yes. See, cross-sectional is what we are at defined time. One point of time, you are taking a sample showing, same set of background, and we are trying to understand. So, suppose here I said that the breast cancer and age. So, the point of reference is there at the age. So, we can that is a kind of cross-sectional as well as correlation. Anywhere or who is getting breast cancer, which age is prone to breast cancer. And so you can also correlate sometimes. Yes. You can take multi-variables for that matter. Age we have taken one aspect. Second, maybe healthcare, maybe healthcare awareness and breast cancer. Suppose if they diagnose at early stage, the lack of awareness, they don't go to consult the doctors and they will do it, and then finally they end up. So therefore, other factors having awareness on health and correlation to the breast cancer, right? So you can take different independent awareness. Yes. PhD students should be active.
Sir, as I was earlier, I have been working on a research article on misinformation, sir. I need to find a research gap in the study. So I have been working on biomedical analysis, but I have been confusing between SLR and biomedical analysis. So what would be the appropriate study to find the research gap, sir?
Which topic is what?
Misinformation, research gap in misinformation.
Misinformation,
like fake news, hoax.
Okay, but I don't know the tools, the techniques you are referring to. But usually, what I suggest is for everyone, all of us. So important thing is you follow the contemporary publications on this, fake news, whatever the publications that are available. And there, so unless you have a set of data, set of papers and then review with us, then you don't understand the way you can connect. So the more review of literature I suggest.
Yes, sir, I have been working on it, but I'm a little bit confused between choosing a SL, like a systematic literature review, and bibliomedical analysis. Some say that bibliomedical analysis is for a co-citation analysis, or between analysis of countries and authors. But I need to know whether it can be used for finding the research gap also.
Yes, can be used. Why not?
Yeah.
See this, because one problem that we encounter all the time is, we spend very little time on review of literature. Very little time. We always want shortcuts. So, spend more time on reading contemporary debates or the publications. Especially focused on Web of Science and Scopus.
I have been taking Scopus also,
Scopus and privacy.
Can you suggest me some AI tools for review literature?
SARS, director, sir. There are so many, Google it now. Google will tell you all the tools. You just Google it, what are the latest AI tools to analyze review of literature. It's available.
Thank you.
Because we are not spending time. That is a problem. We don't sit for few hours on the target. Any PhD students? Any questions from faculty members? That means I have communicated properly to all of you. No questions means, right?
So in a PhD thesis, can we mention one type of research or I can use two types of research also?
Meaning?
Meaning, suppose in the case of breast cancer,
Ah.
I study among different groups. Can I use descriptive study as well as cross-section?
Yes, yes.
I can use that.
Always description is essential. Yes, you can.
So when I mention in the thesis, can I mention state both the descriptive as well as cross-section?
Yes, yes. Because in methodology, the first sentence we start in the design, setting a design for methodology. We say it is exploratory and descriptive research. We study by following exploratory and research studies, follows exploratory and descriptive research, and asks the following questions and adopts following methodologies and methods. So your design sets the agenda for your methodologies and methods, right?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, when I write my limitations, whether the focus should be on the lack of population I have collected or the tools I have used, because myself I am doing research in health insurance.
Okay.
So I can collect only up to a certain limit. I cannot cover all the population. So based on the population, I should write my limitations, or based on the analysis I have done.
Both can be done.
It should be given importance, I must say.
Sample you cannot see this why do you conduct research? So sometimes people will replicate the results elsewhere. Suppose same kind of perspectives that you get in health insurance from Trichy district. So because you are confined to 100 or 200 samples, right? So obviously sample is very, very important aspect. And the area also, context also very, very important. You are confined to Tamil Nadu in one district. And can we replicate these results as representative results elsewhere? So that limitation will always have. And also methodological also. So you have done from perspective of some technologies, some techniques and tools. You can, if you same thing is done with some other techniques and tools, the different results may emerge, right? So you can also mention that, right?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am a UG student. When it comes for paper presentation and stuff, what else method can we use instead of questionnaire method, sir, to collect the primary data? That's my question, sir.
So that's the questionnaire. Usually, questionnaire and interview schedules we generally use, right? Nowadays, people are also following Google Forms and all. So questionnaire is generally used in quantitative research. So commerce students. So the important tool that is questionnaire, right? That because questionnaire you can be mailed, you can also give assist, take some help of some other enumerators and all. But whereas interview schedule that we most of the times used in the qualitative research, the researcher has to actively engage while administering the interview schedule. Whereas questionnaire can be circulated and data may be obtained. But interview schedule, so usually people say in quantitative research the questionnaire is very, very important tool, and whereas in qualitative research interview schedule, because we are trying to get subjective perspectives from the respondents in qualitative research. So therefore, interview schedule is another tool. If what kind of data you are collecting, that is most important. Suppose in interview schedule, in most of the cases, you will have open-ended questions, right? Limited quantitative data, mostly the open-ended questions where people have to respond. But in quantitative, all is pre-coded, right? You have to select 1, 2, 3, 4. All the pre-coded questionnaires, so the university researcher may not be involved, you can also engage some enumerators.
Thank you, sir.
To add to that question, probably we can also have quantitative content analysis where we fix a coding sheet. The researcher fixes unit of analysis as codes,
Yes.
especially example of media coverage given to mental health or print media specifically, how much coverage does it give for mental health. If
Yeah.
that's the topic, probably we should fix a coding sheet where you will get a quantified data, primary data, which can be an alternate for the survey method.
Yes, yes.
So that also. Or any structured interviews, as you said, semi-structured, unstructured
Yes.
interviews may not give us
Yes.
basic data. So structured interviews,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So that
Content analysis,
yes.
textual analysis, but quantified. First we prepare a coding sheet
Yes.
and then go by that.
So that's what you in qualitative research. So we analyze the descriptions, right? We develop codes for the coding. Coding is very, very important. So that is what is called as we call content analysis, where in qualitative research we get lot of descriptions, right? So quotes, some quotes. Suppose when you ask a respondent, we will give some interesting statement. We make some interesting statement and using some concepts. So for a researcher, those concepts are very, very important. So what we do, we take up those quotes and run there is a qualitative coding. That software develops the concepts, frequency of those the concepts. So thereby you see which concept gives significance in the particular study, right? So that techniques also available now.
Or thematic analysis.
Yes. Teams only, we allow themes or concepts and all this. So shall I stop here? Lunchtime is, what is the time now?
12:49, sir.
12:49, 10 minutes to go for lunch. So, okay then, thank you all for your serious paying attention and patience listening and interacting and questions. And I wish you all the best. All the participants, please take up this program seriously. And as I suggest always, you always keep that your research topic in your mind and ask questions to the resource persons, because unless you relate to your research area to the presentation going on here, then you will not gain much knowledge. So always relate to your research work to the topic that is being dealt and ask questions, relevant questions, and gain as much as from these 3 days. And I think I wish you all the best. Hope this will enrich your knowledge. After 3 days, you will have some different perspective on research methodology. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Ananda.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Your clear explanation and insightful examples has made complex concepts much more understandable and has equipped us with deeper understanding of research methodologies. Heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Friends, we now break for lunch. That is served in room number 001, which is in the ground floor of the GJ block, Golden Jubilee block. Okay? The lunch is served in 001, room number 001, which is in the ground floor of the Golden Jubilee block. The lunch token is available in the workshop kit. Please take your lunch token along with you and kindly assemble in the same place exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you.
should start from graduation. We have 7-day programs where you have to only the basic knowledge is apply. We are not following on the website. SRC, BSc college is running 7 days. And another program is start on first March and apply to 7-day methodology. College has a college status. We have 10 college status. Are you going for NAC? You have a NAC? You have A++. You must be having 12 NAC is the chance that you have college status. Find out from the office. You might be knowing this. If you have a college status, you can apply for college. But you cannot apply either. Having a PhD is applying. Any program.
So our deep research can actually apply for
You can apply. Visit our website, all the guidelines, programs, all our, even for PhD students, they can go for field work, go for library. We have a study grant program. You can go for library education in different libraries in India. We give a small funding, travel will be covered, some continuous companies. It is useful for relations knowledge. You can go for a sleeper class, train daily 500 to 700, stay cost, and 2,000 or 3,000 for continuous local travel. It comes around 10,000-15,000. Every day they can spend 10 days in one day.
For us, this is so relevant because we always
get
attending
commerce
workshops.
Oh, general you need 7 day general. That is most important. In general, we don't confine to some disciplinary general.
No, but social science very much because they're so fed up with numbers.
No. You must focus on qualitative. Because some sessions we have 1 day, whole day we will be having sessions on qualitative. Where you can be exposed to ethnography, case study methods, phenomenology, grounded theories, and all observation, participant, non-participant observations. These are all qualitative methods, so that we can get acquaintance with those. In general, 7 days. And we are, as SRC, going to conduct 10-day research methodology course in Hyderabad. We are going to conduct director and that will happen in the month of
that Nagarjuna University.
No, Nagarjuna University 7-day program.
Okay.
We also conduct programs on our own. We also fund and we also conduct.
So that is available on the website?
No, not month of April
Okay.
in Hyderabad.
Okay.
So that is 10-day program. So that is like we'll put in a website to apply. Shortlist 30 participants from entire South India. 30 slots.
That is slots for college.
Not for program, only 30 slots.
30 slots. So you will see our CVs and then shortlist. Oh, like that.
Because we have 20 slots from, suppose it is conducted in Telangana. Telangana state will have 10 slots. Other states will have 20 slots, 5 each, 5 each.
Jaram sir.
Tamil Nadu is conducted, they will have 10 slots.
Okay.
Because when you say 10 day means there is a lot of costs involved in that.
Correct, yes.
Maybe உங்களுக்கு 4 o'clock நான் அது பசங்க ரெடி பண்றேன். இந்த photo
Agenda.
நான் பேசிட்டேன்.
சரி. Okay, sure.
போய் சாப்பிடலாம். எங்கடா கிரவுண்ட் போற? நீ எங்கடா அங்க போவா?
Impose upon them.
See, India irukkalam, but the thing is, it can't happen every day. See, like how it happens in a country.
கீழே வரீங்களா? வரலாம், வந்துடுறேன். இந்த வடிவல் ஒன்று வந்துடுறேன். வரேன். அங்கே அவங்க எப்போ வந்தாங்கன்னா 8:15 தான் வந்தாங்க. இதுக்கப்புறம் சொல்லிச்சு, ஓ அவங்க 7:30ன்னா 8:15 8:30 ஒரு மணி நேரம் சொல்லுறாங்க.
லேட்டாக வரவங்க இருக்காது அப்படி சொல்றது.
கடைசியில்
சீக்கிரமாக இருக்கிறவங்க சொல்கிற நேரத்துக்கு 10 நிமிஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடியே வரும்.
அதனால என்ன பண்ணாங்க,
அசம்பிளி எப்போலாம் 7:45 இருக்கிறது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 7:30 ஹாஸ்டல் பசங்க பேஸ்கெட் பால் பண்ணிட்டு நான் இந்த இதில் இண்டோர் பேஸ்கெட் பால் போட்டுருக்கீங்களா ஸ்டேஜுக்கு முன்னாடி அங்கே உட்காந்து எம்சிஏ படிச்சு பார்த்தேன்.
எம்சிஏவா?
எம்சி
ஓ
எம்சி
பாருங்க அண்ணன் எப்படி எவ்வளோ கண்ணாக வந்திருக்காங்க.
ஆனால் இது சத்தியமாக ஹாஸ்டலில் பார்த்ததே இல்லை.
எம்ஏவா?
நீங்கள் வந்து சொன்னோன்னு தான் நீங்கள் நம்பி வந்து அவன் ஒரு தடவை கூட ஒன்று பார்த்ததே இல்லை.
அஞ்சாவதுல ஒரு நாள் பண்ணாங்க பாருங்க, அன்னையிலேருந்து மூஞ்சிய மைண்டில் செட் ஆச்சு. ஒரு நாள் நான் விளாண்டுக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன், இவங்க கூப்பிட்டு நான் போட்டு கிரவுண்டில் இல்லை கராண்டாவில் இந்த மாதிரி காலேஜ் இனிமேல் கிளாஸை தாண்டி போய் நல்லா ஓடி பிடிச்சி விளாண்டு நல்லா இது பண்ணேன். கையை கூட பிடிச்சி
அண்ணா இன்னும் லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் போயிட்டு இருக்கு, ஆஃப் ஆகல. லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் லைவ் யூடியூப்ல இன்னும் போயிட்டு தான் இருக்கு, ஆஃப் ஆகல. அப்படி விட்டுலாமா?
பண்ணவே மாட்டேன்.
ஓகே டன்.
நீங்க அப்ப என்ன படிச்ச? நான் 5th
ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் நாளைக்கு ரிஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
இன்னைக்கு பண்ணனாலும் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, இல்லை நாளைக்கு வந்தவங்க பண்ணலாம்.
ஓகே மார்னிங் அவங்க வந்துடுறாங்க.
இன்னைக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க, ஏன்னா இன்னைக்கு உங்களுக்கு கிட் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, நாளைக்கு ஒரு லஞ்ச் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாட்டோம் அந்த இதோட தான் அவங்க சேர்ந்து வரும். நாளைக்கு லஞ்ச் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுவோம். பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
ஓகே அவங்க வந்தாங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே நாங்கள் கீழே ரிக்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம்.
ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கே ரிஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணணுமா? பட் டுமாரோ தான் வராங்க. இன்னைக்கு செமஸ்டர்
ஓகே
இன்ஃபார்ம் ஜிஆர்ஐ திண்டுக்கல் காந்திகிராம் யூனிவர்சிட்டி.
ஓகே இன்ஃபார்ம்.
தேங்க்யூ.
உங்களுக்கு மேல வேணாம்ல
ஏசி,
உங்களுக்கு மேல பாயிண்ட்.
உங்களுக்கு ஏசி வேணாமான்னு கேட்குறாங்க. பாய் சைடில் மட்டும்
ஆமா இப்போ பார்த்துக்கலாம். வேலைக்கு கேட்டி மேலே காஷ்மீரி வேலைக்கு போனாங்க. என்னம்மா இப்போதான் வேலை பார்த்து முடிச்சாங்க. இந்த புது ப்ராஜெக்ட் அந்த ரம்மில் வாங்கிட்டு அந்த மாதிரி ஆகிட்டு எதுவும் வாங்கிட்டீங்கன்னா இஸ்லாமில்
லைவ் பாட்டுக்கு ஓடிட்டே இருக்கு.
ஸ்டாப் பண்ண
எப்படி பண்ணுறது? அதான் கேட்ட ஜோலி நட்ட ஓடட்டும்ட்டாங்க.
கட் பண்ணிக்கோ. எங்கே நீங்கள் ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்தீங்க ப்ரைஸ் கொடுத்தத அனுப்பவே மாட்டேங்க.
அது யார் எடுத்தா? அவங்களுக்கு சிறிது எடுத்து வரட்டும் கேட்டுப்போம்.
யோகானா என்கிட்ட இருக்கு, அந்த கேமராவில் எடுத்தேங்க. இல்லை இப்போ செல்ஃபோனில் வச்சா எடுத்தேன், ஞாபகம் இருக்கு எனக்கு.
செல்ஃபோன் இல்லையா? செல்ஃபோனில் தான் எல்லாரும் அனுப்பியிருப்பாங்களே. ஆமாம், நம்ம லீவ் ஆச்சு. ஆமாம், ஆர்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் லீவு. இன்றைக்கி நிறையா ப்ரோக்ராம் இருக்கும், அப்படியே டிடிஎம் ப்ரோக்ராம். ஓகே, காலேஜில் தான். ஆமாம். சரி. பாம்பு மாதிரி மேலே கீழே போயிட்டே இருக்கு.